Hello, I'm back after 2.5 months. Yay! Well, I have technically been busy, but not that much that I couldn't stream. Honestly, I just was bored, or rather, not bored, but rather burnt out. Yeah, I think got burnt out from Oni. So I just wasn't on. We had the whole Valentine's event as well. There were a couple of rerun events. There was the um Izumo event, and then the ice type one, the ice lady. I forget her name. We had that rerun event. After that, there was the Valentine's combo, where obviously the Choco Valentine, I did not farm that at all. And then the Kyoto event. Hold on, I forgot. Did I? I did not get all of them right. And this is the current event. This is a collab event, apparently. Rooster against 2000. That guy. That thing. Oh, wait, how many scrolls do I have of Kojiro? Sorry, Kentucky, not Kojiro. Oh, yay! I can do this now. Hold on, let me plug in the volume. There we go. Should be light enough. I cannot believe I did not do this earlier. It's been a while since I've had this pro. Yahoo! Hey! Finally! What I wanted. I wanted this from a while ago. Now I'm gonna make up the skills. Yeah. Which skills need update? Sorry, I know I should be doing the event, but yeah. Catch up. First, catch up. I'm just gonna be low right now. It's been a while. I got a lot of presents on logging on. I still have those tickets I have to roll yet. The legendary ticket I got, I did roll on that, and I got Yagyu Jube. I have not used the scroll yet. Wait, did I get anything from rank 8? Plus 8 and 9? No? Nothing from. We're already level 80 though. Okay. What this? Hmm. And this. Hmm. And this. Evolving extra. So I got these three. 1900. And here. This. War X. Kind of weak. X War. Hmm. Ah, this is the final one, isn't it? Two, one, two, three. Huh. Hmm. 3034. Alright. Not this weapon. Isn't this the same? What? Oh, without the dancing moves. Alright. This levels up. Oh, mountain skills. I see. I wanted a pure mountain skill. Yeah, this is the mountain element weapon. I don't think dance off is a good move. Why does it stop? This is the long range attack, isn't it? Hmm. Yeah, this is the combo attack. Okay. Hmm. So I could use this combo. Like, what I could not get to were the ones that required awakening levels. This 3099. I think I used this now. Hmm. But Cup Crush gives me immunity, right? So this is one of the idle moves, isn't it? Damn. Maybe you should change this skill for the dance one. Okay, I'm just going through my skills. So hold on, let me also bring a chat forward if someone comes here. There we go. Huh. So also I purchased Cozy. I want to go. Roll on the gacha. There's a very good gacha coming up. Or up right now. Not coming up. Not up. Up. Up right away. Hmm. Think I should use this. The dance here. This makes it a completely dance skill set. I just use the replenish because I want all of them to be full. Okay, 1900 extra. Oh, hmm. This was all blunt. Yeah, elemental. Fire. This was the fire element. Mm, yeah, just the rush. Mhm. Yeah, chocolate. Okay. It's the only blunt, pure blunt. Move my head. All right. That's also blunt and earth. Fire. Yeah. This. Ah, this is the new weapon, isn't it? So here I use the remainder of the skills that I could not get there in this mountain skill set and the fire skill set. This is the dance skill set and whatever is remaining here. The weak skills. What have I not used yet? Yum yum. I'm yawning. Me yawning. Groceries. Cup crush. use these two. I use these two. I I've used howling and chocolate. Yeah, all these are different, right? Yeah, none of those are repeated. So X bars left. Use a cup brush, slice, bang, bang. How chocolate. Yeah, I used all of them except this X ball. What do I use here? Well, there's one immune skill I have. I think I'd like that, right? And hmm, skill, max intervention. Is this really the strongest skill I have? After the answer. Yes, it is. X and dance and Choco and Rush. So these two and duplicate. X and dance, Choco and Rush. And then dance again. Pizza. Mhm. Not X drop. Intervention. The mountain. Rock. Okay, so I think X drop is second strongest skill after that. Yeah, that I did not use that earlier because I wanted fire elemental skills. Let's X drop. Use these. So I use this a lot. More stuff is brandish. Brandish is a long range deck. This is a combo deck. Alright. Yeah, even though it does not follow my normal ordering, it's because it's a long range deck. Long range deck I always try to use it in one first skill. Yeah. Yattaze! Yattaze! Yakatta! Yakatta! Yeah, I could have gotten this, right? In the in the Valentine's event? Right? Oh no. Right? Or was it from the gratitude? Yeah, it's the New Year's event, right? Not the Valentine's. Yeah, it's the New Year's event. Oh well. Oh yeah, that's fun. Sure enough. Now, hold on. Yeah, they changed the ordering of the tab. I don't think this was a thing before I streamed last time. And they have this new thing, which is annoying because it won't go away. I'll eventually complete this as a farm. Ornament and craft. Alright. Ornament and a craft. Maybe I could just craft a craft mag and just ornament that with the weakest thing I could get. Holy lag. Yeah, should have done this way. So I did the event on my alt yesterday, and I was crashing due to lag. My lag made me crash. Not fun. Mm-hmm. So I'll craft a random mag and craft a random weapon? Hmm. Which weapon would that be? Alright. Mag craft. I mean, yeah. Okay. Mag ornament. What's the cheapest thing I can get on you? Hmm. Stone. Let's do this. 85. No. I don't really care if you break entirely. I'm just waiting until she's. I can't even move it. Stop speaking. Yay! Alright. Now to break it. Mhm. There we go. And craft. Maybe I would just get one of those artisans. I do need those eventually. I'm not sure if I need them right now. I probably do actually. I was working on my revolution. I still have not upgraded my revolution. I have a revolution now, by the way. Yeah. This? Cheaper one? Yes? Discounts? Yes, discounts. Right. I clicked on that green and achievement thing go away. Yeah, the achievement also pops up. It's not nice. Yeah. Try Smelton, eh? Try your Smelton. Skill card and weapon to have. So use a skill card and use a weapon you have. What do I feel safe replacing? Yes. Come on. Oh, I have to click on this. Oh, nope. Oh, that did happen. Okay. Use a skill card and increase the DOR. Also, oh, I have an extra one. Yeah, these are all extras, right? Yep. Except Yagyu Jubei. Use. Yay. You can actually see the animation behind the screen. Like using an item. Yeah, I got these. These are very, very good. Very good. Yeah, every stream has favors, so I don't end up selling it. You can actually sell those. Weapon. I don't have weapon. Alright, let's do the skill card first. One of the ones that I have multi-tools of. You know what? Yes. Oh, so if I click on that, it goes away. Okay. Lens of flames. Yes. Replace anything. Yes. This is my first time actually having a lens of flame. Hmm. Oh. Oh. And one weapon grade up. That's one. Sure, that. Yes. This counts, right? Ah, not great, Dura. Oops. No, I'm not using a 500. Give me a 10. Yeah. So, yeah, I'm not gonna start the event until a bit later. I want to do housekeeping first. Here we go. Yay! Hold on. I got a mute. Hello, I'm back. Sorry about that. I noticed that they actually updated the UI slightly because I can actually tell which ones I can equip. Like on the required level, there's a -2 there. I did not know this was a thing. The -2 comes from this. This. Specifically this one. Root of Golden Alchemy. Weapon level, equipment level reduced by 2. This. Yeah, I'm level 131 now. Yay. Yep, that's the thing. So I want to upgrade this thing. I want to make sure that I get the best as soon as possible. So yeah. I've been just lazy. I don't want to deal with it because it's also expensive and I was waiting until I have enough of the OC. And until ideally that weapon reset thing is on discount. I don't think it's on discount yet. I'll check. So I got these. Why? Yeah. So this is left and smelting is left. Hmm. Also, I don't know how I'm supposed to allocate status points. I don't have any to allocate. 5. The lowest one is 6. And I don't want to use a status reset. So that's never getting completed. And allocating on a assist partner doesn't help. We already tried. Oh, not this one. You. See? Again. See? Nothing. Yeah, so this is where all my dimension weapons went. Yep. All other sides, dimensions, and I also put my my old fire bow. Our evolutions now that I'm not using. I should probably, yeah. I want Sakura back, man. Also, I have two princesses, right? Right? Yeah, two princesses. And the black. Kuro. Yeah, also this one. Black. Hmm. 84, right? Who was I leveling up? I was leveling up you. These are mounts. 99. Almost 200. And all the rest of you are 100 already. Movement speed 60 for the free ones. Movement speed 70. 85. And 80. The horse is the fastest until now. The new guy, the chicken, is a mount. And he's the fastest thing around. He's at 80. He's 90. Oh, I wanted this. Yeah. I'm buying all of these. Any of these 25 OC items. I'm just. Ooh, this is actually nice. Oh, wait, voices? I think I muted the voices because I was smelting. Okay. 20? I think I have to be loud. It's too low. I could hear her. No, I want more. Alright. Apparently this is the best accessory now. Yep. 30 affinities. Right. Also, my alt ended up getting all three of these. Except Kyoko. Yeah. Not all three. Fujin, Raijin, and Leviathan, I think. Yeah. These three. I don't think my alt got Makami. And I know it did not get Kyoko. Temple! Good luck me. Okay. Yay! I'll take it. Yay! Otori da. Otori desu. Let's see if I get lucky. Again. Raijin. Raijin. What's he like? Sword and movement 20. Yeah? Oh, HP 2000. 2000. It's actually good, actually. Actually. SP. So I think I want you more. Yeah. Oh.
また一緒に遊んでくださいますか?
Yeah, I wanna roll. I'm 150 of you. Damn.
あったりさすがです.
With 150, I'll just roll until I actually get one of the summoner's goals.
いいのが出てよかったですね.
Damn. Nothing yet.
すごいすごい. 私興奮しちゃいました.
I got a costume. Radiant Guard Flycatcher Blue. Okay. Huh. I don't know. I don't really feel it's good. Maybe I could combine it with something. I do like the head though. Yeah, I do like the helmet and the horn. I mean, it fits my aesthetic, but it doesn't fit my aesthetic really, but still. It's nice, I suppose. I know. I'll just roll this one. Nice. Oh, okay. I got something.
すごいすごい. 私興奮しちゃいました.
Odachi. What's it give anyway? It doesn't tell. Right, time roll. We can only use this ticket with this. Okay. Ooh, Sublime card. 3, yay! Ooh, Leviathan.
おめでとうございます.
I feel like this. Huh. What does Sublime card 3 give? Meteor Rain Sublime. Alright. I got a mute real quick. I'm back. So, yay! I wanted a lightning skill again. Too bad it's the one I already have, but I got a lightning skill again. Also, I can roll this per day, and I have yeah. I think it's beneficial. No?
なんだかごめんなさい.
Well, that was
私の
easy.
こと嫌いにならないでくださいね.
It's also paid OC, by the way. Yeah, I think I want. Ooh, Miko. The Miko set. Tails? One tail. So we are the one tail. You are the 3 and 5 tail. Gimme. No, oh no.
なんだかごめんなさい. 私のこと嫌いにならないでくださいね.
This is the one I wanted to pull on. 10%. This is the highest they've ever had. The only second thing is the lowest one, 12%. So yes. Yes. Ooh, cute. Yunasan. Huh? Hold on. 150. HP 25. And the element. Defense 15. HP 10, SP 20, attack 5. Defense 15. Oh. Could actually use this. That's my defensive access. Right. Oh, okay.
いいのが出てよかったですね。
One. Aerial Blast Sublime. I don't think I have this one before. Yes. It's sweet, but it is good. I like using it. Blast. I use this one last. So this. Oh, Darumaujo. Magami is here. Yeah. That's what I wanted. Orihime is also here. I used to. Okay. Holy yes! Another one. Yay! Second scroll. He is very strong. Yes.
おめでとうございます。
Yay! Armor. Green armor.
大当たり。おめでとうございます。
For sale. 大鳥じゃないよ。Yeah, I'll never end up using this. I mean, the accessories too. You know, there's a chance that if you get all the costumes, no, you'll still get the Ogi. So, yeah, I was thinking that if we get all the costumes, the gold lineup is effectively gone. So you won't get any of the golds, and you can get more platinums, but no, you'll just end up getting more silver. So that, yeah. Well, I have the chicken now. Do I pull on this again? Yeah, I crashed, didn't I? Well, oops. It crashed. Alright, I gotta be ready to hide the screen. Let me scroll to the screen. Game capture. There we are. Because I don't want to show my login info. Specifically my login email. Come on, load already. Oh, crashed again. What's there now? Oh, game cap's not capturing it? Hmm? Hmm. Let me just hide this now. Yeah, now it loads. Here we go. What? It crashed again. Eh? Nani? Nah, they show. Can game capture this? Huh? Can you capturing this? What? Come on. Huh? Oh, now it captures it. Oh, so maybe it was searching for the PID, process ID. Is it capturing now? No. Ah, now it is. Yeah, I can move for now. Ah, there we go. Yeah, it tends to hang at this point. And I'll get ready to hide. There, hide. Now again, please don't crash. Oh, so far so good. There, you got all my arts and me. Hey, all right, run away from this channel. Right. Heroes to exchange. I think I got a few tickets out of that. $120. Hmm. Okay. The normal gacha. And oh, gacha ticket. Uh-huh. Oh, so Rooster limited Eurozu. I can just exchange for a Eurozu. Nothing else. Ah, no. I can get a KG with a Rooster limited Eurozu only. 120 Rooster limited Eurozu or 1 to 1 exchange to a Eurozu. If I get 120 of you Rooster ones, I can get any partner here. I can get Simi. Hold on. She's not here, is there? Thought not. Yeah, she wouldn't be here. I have 38 Eurozu limited, so something. I want to actually get all these. What's the nice pair of spannels? Do I have this? Oh, does I have this? $15. I'm not. Oh, 3? Hmm. 4, 1, 2, 3. I guess the best one I can get is Abeno Singh. Hmm. Yeah. Alright.
今日も遅くまでお疲れ様でした。
That's perfect. What's. Ah, okay. I can actually get this right now. I have the OC for it. But it doesn't tell me which. Oh. It does actually, huh? Select one. So I can just buy a character for 350 OC. Okay, let me see. Oh, so gold ones you can get two of. But you need 15? Yeah. Hmm. No. Like Kojiro Flying Swallow, I guess. Ah, you can get the Cosmic Break characters. Cosmic Break 2 characters as well. I like Ibis. Need a Daime. Five Tails. Oh, Yaksha Miracle. You can just buy a Yaksha Miracle. Mm-hmm. Battle Maiden Shizuka. And also five Tails. Alright. And you? Ah, Makami. Hello, Rumi, Lucifer, Arima. Okay. I think assist I want into. No, sorry, Kiritan? Yeah, and Orihime is good. Hmm. Hmm. And you? Oh, you just get you directly. Okay. Don't I already have it? No, it's a different one. So, 5 Rooster Limited. Is this a good value transformation? I'm foregoing 10%, but I'm getting 1 kg scroll plus 5 chances to full kg scroll, right? And these 5
こ
chances,
ちらショッピングプラザ名物の開運にゃんころパンになります。
yeah, I can do this for 10 days. This thing I can do this for 10 days. I'll be foregoing 5 days for 5 rolls of this. So right now I have 5 times 10. 5, sorry, 10 pulls for 10 chances. But yeah, I would have 5 pulls for 5 chances. So subtract those. 5 pulls for 10 each. 10% chance each. 5 pulls. I'm foregoing these. I'm getting 1 definite plus 4 pulls. Is this 4 pulls, right? Or 5? 5 pulls at 1% each. So I'm foregoing 10% for 1%, but I'm getting 1 scroll in the process. 1 guaranteed scroll.
こんにちは。
Yeah, 5. So 5 times 1. So expected probability. Ah, 5. 10 times 5, 50%. Right? I know it doesn't work like this, but still. So 50% to 5%. I'm getting 45% down. Decrease. I'm losing expected probability of 45%, but I am getting 1 definite. Rooster.
またのご来店お待ちしています。
I think there's something to decide on at the end. Huh, so I need total 5 kg. I'll just name him kg. Right? Yeah, I don't really choose other names for these guys except these. Yeah, I kept Hound Dog and Mighty Wine. Makami as is. Yeah. Oh, alright. So I can cancel actually. Okay. So they added a cancel. Ooh. Oh, he's a mountain. They added elements on mounts. Cookie Coco. So I need one, two, three, four. Four to play, please. Can get a one definite right now. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, I want to use this guy now in his event. In his event, right? I don't see myself changing the name ever. Yeah, AG. Fine. Mm, anything else? Oh, they actually go away. Cool. So 300 energy and salt guard and press multi, man. Some other time maybe. Okay, guess it's time to actually do the event. Yay! Finally. You've been waiting for a long time, haven't you? Rooster against 1000. Sen, right? Sen? Is it 1000? They show? His majestic train. The chicken. Sokoniru chicken this name. Hmm. No matter how you look at it, it's a chicken. I've never seen one with such a fierce glare before. Ah, it's coming this way. You. You're a Kiju, aren't you? Hmm. Sure. The bloodlust from this thing is intense. Stay sharp, Orivius. Me? That's right. No use trying to hide it. Getting closer smells even stronger. Huh? Hmm. I know. Excuse me? すみません。あれ、基準って何でしょう? What is it mean by Kiju? Previous year is certainly of the Oni race, but Oni is a codex. だけど、Kiju no mai wa nai de kedo. I never heard them call the Kiju before. Are you sure this is some kind of mistake? Kokum, kokum. Ah, hmm, I guess so. Though it smelled like a Kiju, but similar. Not the same. Like a locust and a cricket. It's pretty different. Yeah. 悪かったな。間違いですだね。Looks like I was taken. If you're not a Kiju, then I've got no business here. 待ってください。What now? 静かもします。これはアレビアスです。これはミロク。Traveling merchant. I've never heard the term Kiju before. Sounds bad, but could you explain it in detail? Yeah, probably some kind of trouble, huh? That word oni in there doesn't necessarily help either. So apparently in kanji, kiju contains the character for oni. You don't know what a kiju is? Come on, that's impossible. Even among humans, it's been in the news. Everyone mentioned it too. Okay, I'm not familiar with this ID, so I don't know who Elizabeth is. No, no, I trust my sources. I've never heard the term kiju before. Okay, I got a mute real quick. Nope, not that. I'm back. I got a soda and some popcorn. I got me popsy corn. Corn that pop. Mm-hmm. Excuse me. Alright, time to resume. No, I trust my sources. But I've never heard the term Kiju before. Huh? Is this press ready that remote? Would be the worst if there weren't any Kiju around. Indeed, Onigashima is on the far west. But even in the great cities like Kyoto or Edo, I've never heard of any Kiju. Edo? Onigashima? Onigashima. Korete. Urui Momotaro Hanashi wa ka? Chigau ka? Is there one from the old Momotaro folktale? Back when I was just a chick, my mother used to tell me that story. Momotaro? A folktale? Something's not adding up here. Koro Onigashima. Aribius is Onizuku and lives in Onigashima. I love the Onigiri lives in Onigashima. Huh? Thought I misheard. Onizuku ka? Onizuku datta? What a childish joke. Well, now that I think about it, everyone around here is wearing kimono. Kinda strange. There's a Daruma walking on legs, a huge frog, and a kappa chasing me. Could it be? Boop, land. I don't have a beep. Beep, land. So sticky. I realize I haven't asked your name yet. Keiji desu. Keiji-san. While chasing your breakfast, a mysterious world suddenly appeared and you got pulled in. And the next thing you know, you ended up near Onigashima. That's right. Judging from your story about where you came from, this place looks like Japan. But it's really quite different. A city called Tokyo? That doesn't exist in Japan. Not yet. Kyoto does. Tokyo? Kyoto. Like a rebirth. And where the hell am I? I'm telling you, it's Japan. Moshikashite. Maybe. Just maybe. Keiji-san, could it be that the Japan you were in belongs to a different world? World different from this one? A world different from this one? What the hell are you talking about? Well, he's smart at least. You mean like that Kronos incident? Parallel world, basically. Parallel world? Parallel worlds are like this one in many ways. But events unfold differently, leading to another version of reality. So the Japan you were in was in this world's Japan, but the Japan of another world. Apparently, the world doesn't have wandering yokai, and conversely, our world doesn't have any Kiju. But the countryside is still called Japan. No, not countryside, but the country is still called Japan. Makes sense. Actually, it has to be yes. Otherwise, nothing adds up. Actually, I think it would be better if the names were different. I don't really get it, but it's not about the land. I end up somewhere completely different, huh? That's exactly it. Judging by your expression, you don't know how to get back, do you? Right. Get back, right? Let's look for the way home together. Right, we'll help too. We might be able to be of some use. No thanks. So stay. Why not? I can earn this on my own. I'm not weak enough to rely on do-gooders like you. Later. Jana. Mati! Kudasai! Ichetta? Ay, ne. There guy's best. What should we do? I'm worried. But he probably won't listen. Guys like him never do. That kind of aura. No ordinary person. He's not a person. Even if some yoga tried to attack him, he'd be fine. He is strong, apparently, yeah. Damn all. Konnichiwa. I thought you might be here. Same-san. Desho? Konnichiwa. Hi. Any Yoshikami all the way to Onigashima. Another incident, huh? Sonotori. I detected something in that couldn't be ignored. Wait. Are you talking about that earlier thing? Say found to intruders from a parallel world. Same son, you said you've been monitoring travel between worlds ever since the Izo incident, right? Mm-hmm. Chronos is still active. We never know how they might come. Yeah, so they just invented a Kamikui that does the exact same job that Gatekeeper in Nikkei does. The exact same job, and I'm guessing they also look the exact same. Small things like pebbles or twigs passing through we ignore. But anything with significant power is investigated. So there's that much of it. These transfers from parallel worlds. Yeah, enough that twigs or pebbles and twigs were coming here. The world line is being broken out. It's just that most people don't notice it. But it happens from time to time. Sometimes the person themselves isn't even aware of it. That's so. Oh, so people are also coming here. Ah, like those different mirror worlds. You don't even notice that if you transfer to. Not in SCP. Is that so? And does that mean Keiji too? Ah, so his name is Keiji. It's fortunate that he's someone you can communicate with. And what kind of person is he? A very manly rooster. What they call me? Rooster. Rooster? Hi? Rooster. That's. that- Ma. Well, suppose that can happen. Parallel worlds follow different rules than ours. She generally got flabbergasted. Or he? Well, I suppose it's proper to call a machine now, right? Rooster. Cannot compute. I can't stop thinking about this. Tucker, they. I know, Rooster. Was it alone? Yeah. It wandered off all by itself. I see. There were two large readings, so you haven't encountered the other one yet. So see, same as said, two large readings. And Pyoko is an accessory, not a character. I really believe Pyoko should have been an SS. How strong she is meant to be here. Eh? You mean, besides KG, there's another rooster that came from the parallel world? I'm not sure if it's a rooster, but I did detect two shadows when I captured them. I think it meant detected them, not captured. For now, we'll use this location as a base to continue our search, so please wait a moment. KG left just a while ago. You must have just missed him. I think he's still somewhere nearby. Understood. We've got the results, so let's start searching from the closest area. Seems like he's either in the forest or on the beach, towards Akaju Forest. Let's go, ABS. And like always, Mate kudasai. Wait a moment. Yo, Karu. Got it. Let me know when you're ready. And now I won't just replay, keep speaking the entire thing. I'll just eat my popcorn. Eat my popcorn. While this goes. Unfortunately, auto does not do the job in auto is supposed to do. It just fast forwards. Mhm. Strong glare. Extremely strong glare. Mm. Nayo. Hmm. So, Daruma, Ogama, not Ogama, just Amagairu, Kappa. Fushigi Nakuni, Ka. Iyon detta daro. Sorry for that. I've just been eaten. It's still not done. Take it a bit and play podcast. That's true. Oh, let's go. Yosh. I'll call Yoshitsune and others too. I've never seen a talking rooster before. And apparently there's another one besides Keiji. Another visitor from a parallel world. These demons they mentioned are concerning. Let's find Keiji and others. Yeah, this is good, but I'm never gonna open this. Unless I need it. The energy stores are nice though. Very nice. That's it, Wakaju Forest. Wait a moment. Understood. We'll wait for you. I would like to take voice acting training. Just so I can make multiple voices. One of the beings from the parallel world should be there. A talking rooster. How interesting. So, I do have Keiji. Oh, I should have Izuna as Vanguard someone, huh? Yeah, okay, Izuna Keiji and Seimei. I do have Seimei, yes. I don't have Izuna or Ho or Pyoko. But I can do Seimei. I'm using defensive accessories right now. I don't need defensive accessories right now. Yeah, I don't. I used this just to hide that I was using one of these. Or, well, I was just bored of Kaguya. But now I can use Simi. Also, I have Raijin now. Yay! Oh, yeah, the under 100 thing. What do I use with Simi? Raijin? No. I really don't have Izuna, right? Let me triple check. CDHI PKL M I. Nope, no Izuna. And no. No. Alright. Oh, Leviathan does not have speed. Oh, attack 20. Attack 20 is good. I'll go for the other one. Makami Sublime. Move 20, attack 20. Right? Raijin does not have that, right? Oh, move 20, HP 2000. And sword 70. Yeah, Makami. Come on, Makami. I'll also change my clothing and make sure it's up. There we go. I would like to have Same on me. Yeah. One of the beings from the parallel world should be there. Talking Rooster. How interesting. It should. Yes, it does. Okay. Cool. Now I need Izuna, Ho, and Abe no same as part. And I should also summon Izuna. So one of those readings is somewhere nearby. A rooster that talks. Not a yokai then. Let's see. According to my scans, it wasn't imbued with any yokai energy. However, I did sense a strange power, so it's definitely not an ordinary rooster. Yeah, I mean it could talk. Talking rooster. This is exciting. Waku waku shimasu. I've actually been hooked on a manga recently. It's called Duck Warrior. Duck Warrior. And it's about ducks fighting each other. Oh, that's entirely unique. The fresh perspective from a duck, bravery, human, or should I say, bird emotion, and a cast of colorful animal companions. Harsh fears and mysteries strike the hero, yet a steadfast, single-minded duck fights through a hard-hitting, brutal action story. That's my recommendation. I'll lend it to you next time. Ah, well, the only reading material I know is military strategy books. So I'm not sure I'd get why manga is interesting. It's not about understanding it, you just feel it. Finding your favorite character is half the fun. Mine's the main protagonist. Come on, I'm leaving you behind. I could just hear Ibaraki Doji saying that in Japanese. But what would she be saying in Japanese exactly? Kora! And something. Alright, that's a big chicken. He has a very manly voice. And we disappear.
俺に安らぎは似合わね
Mhm.
お兄さんとお出かけなのです。
Mhm. That's just normal Izuna.
おお、お兄さんかっこいいです。
えは
おお、お兄さんかっこいいです。
はな
I don't have any punishment.
超絶トサカに来るぜぬ黒いコケコッカーうららくるくるコケコッカー黒いコケコッカーシュー
Huh? You did not get experience from the 2 level?
この程度遊びしまいだ
What the fuck?
どうですやるじゃ
Now
ね
you
え
did.
か
Oh, I thought I crashed for a second there. Oops. That's bad. Mhm.
悪くねえな
Oh, why? Yeah, I can use this that I wanted to level so far. Hmm? Hey. So whenever I level, the ding is disappeared. Huh.
天の怒りに触れなさい
Maybe it's a sound effect that I have muted.
おお、お兄さんかっこいいです。
天の怒りに触れなさい
And that's playing. But you can't hear it because I muted it.
天の怒りに触れなさい
Mhm. Mhm. Yosh. Alright, they should be somewhere around here. We don't know exact coordinates, so we'll have to search carefully. I heard something. Huh? Something's chirping and causing a ruckus. It's coming this way. 2 sets of footsteps. I can't hear it, but if Momo says so, it must be true. Yeah, he has a beast hearing. Izu didn't seem like the type to panic over some noisy object. Hmm? Hontoda! It's coming from over there! Butaero! Stop right there! Yeah! Yeah! Ah, okay. Pee! Yeah! Huh? Is one Janaka? In a little running in front. A check. Check. Sasuke ay masho. Ah. It's not a new though. Isn't it a Cyclops though?
天の怒りに触れなさい。
Then no Ikari. We're not done yet. Yeah. Right. I ended up in the portal. Yoko. Yoko Koko. Yoko. So apparently I need like 1,000 crabgrass to get all the treasure now. 1,000. Fancy that. Huh. 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 Ah. 大丈夫か? Oh, お兄さん、ありがとうございました。そうな、どうしたの? In this little chick? Ew. Sorry for the late introduction. My name isn't Chick, it's Kyoko です。ありがとうございました。助けてありがとうございました。Dear Pyoko-chan, こんにちは。The seaman smells like a noble lady. Just like Elizabeth. A noble lady? Izuka-sama isn't just some lady. Ohime-sama desu. Watch your tongue. Hime-sama desu. Hime-sama? もう、よしですね。気にしないで。さあ、can you tell us what happened? Hi, got lost. Ozzy, Mister? I don't know what Mister, well, like which word she's using for Mister. Oh, oops, sorry. I did not catch what she was saying. I will Mister this evening. I met Pyoko-chan in the capital. Pyoko-chan was searching behind a tofu shop for her husband, Dana-sama desu. So I called out to her. Even after talking, we couldn't figure out where Pyoko-chan's home is. So we decided to get help from the Oni. From the Oni? Or you just meant Oni-san? From Oni-san and came to Onigashima. And that huge monster suddenly attacked, so we ran into the forest. Sokka. The yokai around Onigashima are pretty calm though. Usually pretty calm though. Yeah, they're low level. Wait, Pyoko-chan, are you hurt? Huh? Huh? Hi? There's a mark on your back. Huh? なんでしょう? これ? 傷はじゃないよ。俺はジンです。私はジンです。ジンギ。ジンギ。はい。My dad wrote it for me. It means help those in need. My dad is really kind. 助け合いましょう。Yoko-chan really loves her dad, doesn't she? もちろんです。Of course I do. I have to admit, I'm a little envious. Hmm? Yeah. There's a very high chance this little chick came from another world. So Pyoko-chan is the same as Keiji then. Keiji! Pyoko-chan? Mister is here too? Eh? Danna-sama wa Keiji desu? This doesn't seem old enough to have a husband. Perhaps her fiancé? I... So this! Was it pause just now? Anyway, you will Mr. Forever! I'll let us be separate here. If that's the case, we absolutely have to find KG. Kyoko-chan, daijoubu desu. With Oni-san here, we'll definitely find your husband. Arigato. It's all thanks to Izuna. Izuna no Okage desu. That Rooster seems so serious and stoic, yet he prefers a soft partner. Adoraita. You know, Rooster's face can be deceiving, I guess. Next, let's head to that rooster called Keiji. Excluding Pyoko-chan's location, Keiji the rooster seems to be at Matorigashima. No, Matorigahama. We can work there. Apparently, I know all the places in Onigashima because we've lived here for an extremely long time and we know every single part of every single place in Onigashima. じゃあみんな、マトリガーマへ行こうぞ。ミスター、待ってください。Even though he's already here. That's right, mister. We got ID. Let's head to Matorigahama. That rooster named Keiji should be there. Pyoko-chan is even smaller than Izuna, but he already have a husband. Otona no koi desu. Are you sure she's a husband? She has a husband? Or that she is married? Okay, let's go to the material. Ikuzo! She just walks off screen. Yeah, I think Pyoko-chan should have been an assist character. Abi. Yeah, I don't know what words she's doing. Doko ni iku no? Where are you? But I didn't wander too far. Maybe he had some business by the sea? A rooster with business at the sea. Won't that even be a sandbag? Ah, there he is. Anna. That's a rooster. And is that a tree frog? Amagairo with him. Let's go say hi, Oni-san. Can't even see the portal yet. Oh yeah, no channel 1. Gomen. Yeah, I'm still snacking on popcorn. Made a lot. Or I bought a lot. Well, not me. My mom bought a lot. Nom, 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 nom. I'm gonna finish these. These are just salted popcorn. They're warm, but they're salted, no butter. I do like these though. I like these very much. I got ice pieces here, and they all stuck together because they melted enough to just stick together. Yeah, these ice cubes. They're not really cubes, they're more like oblong. Anyway, let's continue. Oh my! I could eat this forever and never get sick of it. Gero. I'm glad you like it, Gero. Oh my! Oh my! Gero. Oh, that hit the spot. Didn't think I ran into a pal like you over here. Can we say it again, Gero? I put it the spot. Umay tabi mo, no? After that, Gero. Trying to pal like you. Gero. Hey. Doesn't need to be said. You and me, we are real pals. KG. Rana. Yoko. Oh, you see this? It finally found you. So you ended up over here too, huh? Keiji-san. You're Arabians, right? You followed me or what? So you are Keiji. My name is Abe no Seimi. Did he say ore or atashi? Or watashi? He seems like the former type, so I'm guessing probably watashi. Watashi wa Abe no Seimi desu. Can you tell us in detail what happened when you arrived in this world? If you do, it may help open a path back to your original world. I'll figure that out myself. I'll figure that out myself. Do you have a lead? If so, I would very much like to hear it for academic purposes. I believe you would return home much faster if you worked with us. Artificial travel between worlds is an achievement even master sorcerers could not accomplish in a lifetime. A lifetime? Mochiron. Of course, if you are content to spend the rest of your life here, that is your choice. Like I am. Abby. I got things I've got to do back home. Is that so? Then we would appreciate your cooperation. Keiji, what do you mean going back, Gero? Guess I didn't tell you. Seems I'm not a rooster from this world. Eh? These guys are a bunch of busybodies who wanna help me find a way back home. I see. Gero. Tomodachi chica? Yeah. Met him when I washed up on this beach. Memory. And he said that, but how the hell am I supposed to get back? Oh, so after he ran away from us. Grr. Yes, the smell of the tide pulled me all the way out here. You think this world's got sea urchins too? What is sea urchins in Japanese? Umeboshi? Korewa. There he is. What the hell do you want? Wow. Whoa. If that's how you wanna play, I'll knock your lights out. But the bus chow. Coco. Coco. Bro. Korewa. Sugoi ghetto. Huh? You actually beat an Oni Basami. You're super strong, Gero. I totally respect you. Kantos Chao. I can't even win a fight against a kappa. Correct, Debanai. That was nothing. Oh. That's his stomach, isn't it? Are you hungry, Gero? Honestly, I'm starving. You got sea urchins around here? Sea urchins? Rooster sea urchins? Sea urchins, favorite? Gero? Hell yeah. My favorite. Say, I've got a favor to ask. My name is Kerosuke Rabbit. Wakatta, Kerosuke. Mind grabbing me some sea urchin? If you'll be my friend, I'll get you some. Gero. Somebody else here? Gero. Hey. Hi, Boka. Not really my style to run in packs. Fine. Hi, about this. Tomodachi this. Honto ka? Hi. So, about that, homie. Wakatta, Gero. We're right there. If frogs even swim in the ocean? Not normally. I'm back, Gero. Ooh, omeboshi. Oh. It wasn't tasty, Gero? It's amazing! Sugoi desu. Oreshi, Gero. It's a little different from the sea urchins I've had before. But that just makes it better. It's like the rich aroma of 100 snails concentrated into one glorious bite. So it's so good, I feel taller just eating it. No, you actually are getting tall, bigger, KG. No, you actually are getting bigger, KG. Hondo guy? Yes, it's packs for nutrients, huh? I think they just had to make him bigger so he could actually be usable as a character. And not be bite-sized. Kerosuke, mind doing me one more solid? Kero! For my friend, I'll catch as many as you want, Rabbit. Kero. Tomoyo! And that's how I went. See. No wonder Abby's well felt so far away from me. Does eating sea urchin make your body bigger? That should be impossible. However, the flora and fauna around Onigashima often undergo unique evolutionary paths. Let us classify this as an ultra rare interaction between those properties and Geiji's peculiarity. You just didn't feel like thinking about it right anymore, right? Did you? You just didn't feel like thinking about it anymore, did you? Yep, she gave up. Like, a rooster was already big enough. Two, even more so, and Groos are getting bigger. Forget it. Same clocked out at the third impossibility. In a row. At once. There are more pressing matters. As long as it does not continue growing, we should be fine. Now then, since both of you are finally here, could you once more describe in detail what happened when you arrived in this world? I told these guys, but I was hunting a grasshopper for breakfast. Sorry, little thing. Kept hopping all over the place. While I was chasing it, a red water suddenly appeared right in front of me. I just jumped so I couldn't change direction and dove straight into it. Got dizzy for a second, and next thing I knew, I was standing in a field. After that, I wandered around looking for a town and eventually ended up on this so-called Onigashima. I was chasing after hubby and couldn't stop in time, so I jumped into a vortex too. I think she just intentionally jumped. Then before I knew it, I was at the top of a tower. Yep, Dragon Spiral Tower. I climbed down and wandered around, and that's when I met Izuna. A vortex that appeared suddenly. Was there anything unusual before that? Nope. I see. We can at least conclude that this was not a naturally occurring phenomenon. However, we lack sufficient information. It seems we must systematically examine the possible range of spell deployment from the coordinates of your arrival. I figured you'd be here. Oh-san! Isajiburi! Sure is. Glad to see you all doing well. Oh, even Same-san Shikigami is here. So something really is going on, huh? Eh? Do you know something? No, might be a scratch. I just felt something strange around here. So I came to check it out. Then I spotted some weird machine parked on Yabane Island. Yabane-jima. So I was just on my way to ask you about it. A weird machine? Yeah, looked like a big ball with a face on it. An arm sticking out from the sides. Veronica again. Veronica? Ito no namay ka? Is that a person's name? That's right. He is nothing but trouble. Actually, he. One of the members of a nuisance group called Waco. So he's the reason I got sent to this world. Probably. Yeah, but now there's Kronos, so you can blame everything on Kronos. But well, we haven't seen Kronos' intentions yet, so I guess... Yeah, Veronica's the one with the key. If something weird happens, there's 70% chance it's her. 70% chance it's her. Her? It's his fault. Got it. Then let's move. We'll beat him down and make him tell us how to get back home. Yabane-jima is a remote island. I'll carry you there. Gero, Keiji, you're leaving? Yeah, I got things I need to do, so I've got to go back. Gero. Kerosuke, would you like to come with us? You just became friends with KG, so I imagine it's hard to part ways. But you just still spend more time together. No. If I went, I'd just slow everyone down. Ghetto. If he has to go back, then it can't be helped. Ghetto. Ghetto's son. It's fine. Even if we're apart, we're still pals. Hi, Buddhist. Hi. You know, at this point, you really should just kidnap him together and make him forcefully come. I'm serious. My boy, KG. Ghetto. None of these guys have any special dialogue, right?
何かあったら声かけてね。
Mm-hmm.
何か用か。じゃあな。
Mm-hmm. It's my first time flying. I'm so excited. Yeah, these chickens learn how see how it is to fly. So we're getting carried to the island by that woman, huh? I mean, it's not like I couldn't swim across. But if she is offering, saves me the trouble. You really shouldn't have your first flying experience with Ho-Ho. That's so, Oni-san. Apparently we were flying with our first flying experience with her, right? I hope we were. KG appears to possess far greater combat ability than expected. Why would a rooster wield such power? Imagination. It can't be helped, Gero. Because I probably think I'm useless. Which is not. I'll take you to Yabanejima. Alright, grab on. Not yet. Oh, alright then. Tell me whenever you're ready. Oh, hold on tight. Ice cube. There's a skill animation, by the way, but they made a good job using it right here. Oh, where do we eat? If there's the view birds see when they fly, I'm fine. Never flying into my life. In my life. You okay? Horse flying can be a bit rough. It's like a little amusement ride, isn't it? She absolutely enjoyed it, and I think we did as well. Yeah, she's a speedster. Without the road rage. She's a reckless driver without any of the road rage. That bowl-shaped machine is deeper inside the island. Want me to carry you there too? Nah, I'm good. I'll walk on my own 2 feet. Not such a party now, huh, big guy? Wow, I just noticed he's as tall as we are. Like, just exactly. Huh. So, elegant type is a little taller than normal type, right? So, is he taller than the normal type now? There's a big chicken. And yet we disappear whenever we use him. So, does it assume that he is acting solo? Actually, yeah, probably. Probably assumes that he's just gone off doing his own thing.
実は伊豆名お友達いなくてちょっと寂しかったのです。
Yeah, what Izuna said. That's what the Magairu is thinking. Kerosuke is thinking. Just in a negative sense. Also, ice cubes. Yum. Alright. The snacks are finished. The soda is also finished.
静まれ俺のお盛り様
Osaka-sama. You hear something bad?
天の怒りに触れなさい。
That's a very crass joke, but it works.
百来。
おお、お
Boom.
兄さんかっ
We
こ
both
いいで
use
す。
smash.
は天の
Level
怒
up.
りに触れなさい。
I'll show you the god's anger. Ten no Ikari, heaven's anger.
は百来。
やるじゃねえか
Oh, 50 monsters.
は
俺はさすらいの当たり鳥
さすがお兄さんなのです。
Wait, shouldn't? I feel like we should be able to get something here. Yeah. So, how do we get to that? Ah,
たとたた。
naruhodo.
天
Can
の
I
怒
hit
り
him?
に触れなさい。
The skill?
灼熱。
Long range skill. Alright.
とと。
Wakatta yo.
売られた喧嘩は買うぜ
Koke koko. Peck. Peck.
さすがお兄さんなのです。
His normal skill is a peck. And a dash.
さすがお兄さんなのです。
Can you peck him? Yes, you can. There should be something. One more. That.
立つ鳥後を濁さず
解き放て。
比重の好きにはさせねえ俺がぶっ殺してやる
Ping. My gosh, I'm a stick bug. No, not stick. I know. I thought it was a stick bug. It's a stink bug, not a stick bug. My bad. Oh, Susano! Oi! Mwah! Did you come all this way just to see me? Don't be ridiculous. Sumetai! But that's what I love about you! What's with that clown? That's Veronica. That's her. Him. Yeah, I noticed that it did not clarify his gender. And you're the one who dragged me and Pyoko into this world? Beam pong. I figured if I waited here, Avius and the gang would. Avius that she would bring you right to me. Ah, she's so irritating. Katsuko. How could you do something so mean? Mukteki wa? Knowing you, this is just another one of your stupid experiments, isn't it? Stupid? I'll tear you limb from limb, you shameless exhibitionist. Who are you calling an exhibitionist? Well, yeah, I think that fits. But yeah. Your methods interest me as well. An artificial transfer across parallel worlds. The red vortex cage you described, you likely use the power of Kamikui Chronos. Chronos is a Kamikui, though I doubt that means much to you. Kamikui is As the name implies, a monster that devours gods. Coming quick to this. Along word suddenly it? No, Aware Sukashi Awareta this. They suddenly appeared and turned their fangs upon both gods and humanity. Yakunen Senso this. Now after a 100-day war, they were sealed away. Oh no, it was sealed away. Hmm. Ah, I thought they were I thought they were talking about Kronos in the sentence, but no, they're just talking about all of them. They were sealed away, but now someone has begun reviving them and unleashing them once more. Since ancient times, it has not been uncommon to construct spells by borrowing the power of gods or kamikui. However, Kronos lost the Great War and fled to another world. Isekai this. To draw power from such an entity in that state, yeah, when it's not even available, would be extraordinarily difficult even for me. There must be a method that bypasses that limitation. Which means, if we use the same method, we could get back to our original world? Well, for a beautiful genius scientist like me, this is barely a pre-brunch warm-up. If Susanoo gives me a kiss, maybe I'll tell you how I did it. Oh, and yet your spell work has noticeable flaws. Huh? Keiji and Kyoko were transferred to separate locations. Now he's being a scumbag. Not a scumbag, but he's being a smartass. Yeah, now he's being a smartass. Hey, wait, is this the first time of Seimei directly confronting these guys? It is, isn't it? Yeah, it's the first time Seimei directly confronted any of the Goiko. It's always just been in the sidelines or comes after they've run away. If you were lying in wait here, you must have intended to summon them directly to you. Sorry about that. Sorry, I got mute in time. If that were possible, she certainly would have done so. Your coordinate targeting was imprecise. I would hate for the beautiful genius scientist title to suffer. Huh? That's not my fault. Then perhaps your equipment was improperly calibrated? He's absolutely goading him. Chigao desu yo! It's this thing's fault! Yep. Tamago? Tamago desu! Oh, it's cracked! It's about to hatch! It's not hatching. It looks like an egg, but it's actually a white agate. It was once worshipped as a sacred object in a village that revered Kronos. That was over 100 years ago, and the village is long abandoned. They worship Kronos? Not impossible. Cultures that revere kamikui or yokai have existed throughout history. Now that you mention it, there were villages that exploited the kamikui cursed princess as well. Cursed, you mean? Yep, that was something. And there's the vanguard I want. That was in that event. That's the vanguard to have. With a skilled ritualist, sufficient prayers, and proper offerings, it would not be impossible to house divine power within a sacred vessel. Sonatori! But perhaps it couldn't withstand the Kamikui's power. The vessel itself is nearing its physical limit. The power inside it is unstable. That's why the return coordinates failed. The unstable one is this egg. My system is perfect. Heh. Yep, that's what he wanted to know. Oi, did you just snicker at me? Waratteru no? Or anyone? So if you've got that egg, we can get back to our world, right? Technically, maybe one more jump. But I'm not wasting it on something boring like that, like sending you home. Nani? Like, Pyoko got angry, but Keiji was the one saying it. Obviously, why would I return such valuable research material? Ah. Now he's angry. Ah. In the first place, connecting a gate to your world wasn't an accident. I detected a very particular waveform. I configured the gate to open automatically near that signal. The return coordinates failed because of the egg, but still, I really am a genius, aren't I? Tensai desu ne. I even released a yokai modified to react to that waveform. Though, as expected, it lacked the power I needed. So that is why Pyoko-sama and Izuna were attacked. Research, huh? Don't care what you call it. We just beat you down and this is over. Buttobas chau wa warimasu. That Kokekoko trick of yours is impressive. Resonance perhaps? Fascinating. But like I said, this white agate is falling apart. It's become fragile, like a real egg. Huh. If you trigger a resonance effect on an egg, even a bird brain like you can guess what happens next, right? Honore. So you've sealed away Keiji's finishing move. How underhanded. Oh, come on, I was just being kind. I didn't want you regretting it afterward. Then we create an opening and take it by force. Huh? He's a plane. He's a plane. He's a plane. Hey, a rooster with unknown power. I wonder what you look like on the inside. I'm a chap. Curiosity is such a delightful thing. Don't worry, I'll stitch you back up properly afterward. A zombie. You're disgusting. Kimuchi warui. Save the crazy talk for your pillow. This thing? You think this thing is a pillow? Maybe. The voodoo doll? She's coming. Yeah, she. Oh, yeah. He just did not intend to clarify that, did you? He is coming. Brace yourselves. So that's what he sounds like. We're not done here yet.
お兄さん、絆を一人にしないでください。
Oi, my armor's covered in bird footprints. That Rooster shows no mercy. Mo, Pyrowa. Show, she's running. After her. Mate. Huh? What's that? Something fell out of the machine. Tamago. Yoko. Don't worry, Izuna will catch them. Oh. Ah. Daijoubu. Honey-san. Thank you for supporting me. Yeah, we probably just hung her caught her back. Yoko, daijoubu ka? Wait, kata. Thank you for helping me, Izuna. Tasukete arigato, Izuna. Tasukete? Helping me? I don't know what helping me would be in Japanese. Yoko, whatever you said, it machine. You look like you were having a hard time fighting. So I thought I had to do something to... Yeah, no, you planned to do this before the fight started. While Veronica was yapping away, Izuna carried me up there secretly. And during the battle, you located the egg and escaped with it. Shojiki, that was reckless. But well done. Yokaro. Abi! Anata! If Veronica notices the egg gone, she might return. Something. Then we remove her reason to chase. Her. We keep saying her. Then we remove his reason to chase. How? We make it appear as though the X power has been completely exhausted. If we merely hide it, he will pursue us. More specifically, we transfer its curse energy into a substitute vessel we prepared. Anyways, could you bring me one thick paper and one coat oil? A talisman. With those materials, we will craft a substitute vessel. I'll help you. So not a talisman, seals. Trouble, Amaterasu. Still, your assistance is greatly appreciated. Amakatama. I don't get the details, but first we gather the stuff. It'll be trouble if Veronica comes chasing. Thick paper drops from Gloomdaruma in Kishinden, and Gamma should be in Sakurajima Cave. Yeah, one each. Oh, not one, a few. Let's grab them quick. Yeah, lucky for you. I have like 100 of them. Multiple hundreds of them. Alright. I just hope nothing happens and things stay peaceful like this. That's the flag. Flag best. I don't get any of this spell or ritual stuff. But if it means we can go back to our original world, I'm fine with whatever. Thank goodness. Incantations and spirit vessels and stuff. It all sounds kinda cool. You really should have been an assist. I'm so glad it looks like Pyoko-chan and the others can go home. Arigato, Oni-san. Yeah, I said Oni-san, not Oni-chan. Have you gathered everything? Kokurattayo, Oni-san. We're ready on our end too. I carved a mark into a nice stone I found nearby. And then treated the washi paper with oil like this. And this. Wakatta. This is an egg too. Take this. It's more stable if we model it after the original vessel it was in. Though, why it's egg-shaped is another question. Because Kronos probably looks like this. Or similar to it. Maybe. Anyway, if we transfer the power into this constructed vessel, the process is complete. Kansei shita. Even if Veronica detects the location of the sacred object, if it's empty, he likely won't bother chasing it. Despite appearances, he doesn't waste effort. You already figured it out, yep. Also, Keiji and Pyoko, you should carry this. What's this thing? It's a charm made of washi paper. Yeah, talisman. If he realizes the egg can't be used, he might come after you two directly next. You could say it covers the wavelength you emit with the blessing of Amaterasu. So it's Amaterasu's energy. So it would look like multiple Amaterasus? Is that also dangerous? But yeah, you would need to know to look for Amaterasu. If you carry it, you shouldn't be chased by Yokai anymore. Oh yeah, God's power, yeah. I don't really get it, but thank you. I was getting sick of picking fights everywhere we went anyway. I'll gratefully take it. All that's left is to use the power transferred into this egg to send you back to your original world. It'll take a little time to analyze it, but I've done something similar before, so it should be possible. Yatta! You're such a relief, Yokata desu, Kyoko, Keiji. Saying goodbye is sad, but don't forget about Izuna, okay? Pyoko sing that? Yeah, no, Izuna sing. It looks like it'll take a little more time, so until then, we're gonna play as much as we can. Mochiron desu. Of course we will. Doshimashita? What's happening? The Taskeyamas! What happened? There's this giant toad I've never seen before rampaging everywhere. It's yelling Keiji or something. Keiji tanatte Wakaranai desu. Wakaranai kedo. You guys should run too while you still can. How would a giant toad be calling Keiji's name? Right? Yes. Ikozo, Oni-san. Wow. Boss theme. Even though we're not in the boss arena. I sense a strange presence. It's neither yokai nor kamigui. Forever. I'm already ran off. Let's go. What should we do, Oni-san? Well then, shall we go take a look? Go take a look? Yes, we shall. Did we level? I have a feeling we level. Oh, 78. Yes, you need more power. Motto this. Really again, 11 levels. Just doing 2 normal runs. Yeah, and you don't want me to use white. Oh, that was fast. Why? Naze. Yes, forever. Is it because I'm boring? Because I'm annoying? No. Because I'm not your friend? You won't let me join unless I obey. And once you're done with me, you don't even talk to me. I'm not a two. Two? Or toy? Two or toy? Pachawa Janai! Yarosuke. Keiji! You two. You only ever saw me as a convenient tool, didn't you? You. That's Yarosuke desu ne. Soraku. Yes, although I've never heard of a tree frog Magaru transforming into such a form. And his aura. No, that isn't yokai energy. It has changed into something else entirely. Kiju. Huh? No mistake. That's the stench of a Kiju. Quiero. Kieshimae! Oh! Yeah! Boom. Another. If you got something to say to me, say it to my face. Yarosuke.
こんな子供に手あげるなんざ
Using it in his glory.
風上にも置
That's unthinkable for any man.
けないいやダチだからこそぶっ飛ばす
Tachi だから。いえ、Tachi だからこそ。ぶっ飛ばす。ぶっ飛ばす。鬼ガマ。トイン。トイン。Slash, slash. Alright. That's easy. Then not even need to transform. That's not my KG, is it? We're not done here yet. Ah. Oh, I like this theme.
ピヨコあいつは勝手についてきてるだけだあ旦那だと思ってた
あ
なわけねえだろガキは趣味じゃね
I don't have a hobby of children. Well, he actually explains it, so that's good. Oh no, I'm gonna listen to this. I like this. We did it, but go. Hirosuke! Ah, easy breathing. Ikita. Ikiteru. He's alive. Kitemasu. Oh. I see. The reason he appeared to grow gigantic was because his true body was being covered by different cells. And through resonance, you destroyed only those outer cells. So just yelling really, really hard. You're quite skillful despite appearances, Keiji. Keiji-kun? Keiji da ke de ii. Yes, Keiji is fine. Why would you save someone who did something like that? I hurt everyone. Tachi da kara. Let me decrease this. Sure, we became friends over sea urchin, so what? Tomiboshi dakara nani? No matter how it started, it doesn't change that you and I are friends now. Yero. Arigato. Ah. Mute. I'm back. Okay. What? Hi. Hello. Hi. 嬉しいです。すごく嬉しい。ケージに立ちだから。I'm really happy to have a friend like you, KG. I hope this team stays in the event area. Well, I'm fine with this quiet theme as well, though. Oh, there goes the character. Nope. Sorry for causing trouble, Gero. It's not your fault, Karaski. Doesn't look like anyone was hurt, so please don't blame yourself too much. From what Keiichi and Pyoko said, Karaski turned into one of those Kiju, huh? The smell is a little different, but there's no mistake. I only became a Kiju because my heart was weak. Actually, my father once turned into a Kiju, too. Majika? And we saved him that time too. My father's a great man, but even he turned into a Kiju. Man, huh? I don't think man means a man here. Great individual, a person. Yeah. So I don't think Karaski needs to blame himself that much. Arigato, Pyoko. I'm sorry I tried to hit you. I'm a woman of honor, so don't say the small stuff. Kiju appear to be monsters born from living things. They are often created from negative human emotions. Though they have suddenly appeared in your world and caused damage, their origins remain shrouded in mystery. In Veronica's experiment, not only Keiji and Pyoko, but also something that causes Kiju may have been sent here as well. The difference in smell is likely due to its adaptation to this world. And probably factories. It possessed Karaski and created a creature extremely close to a Kiju. Veronica really is trouble wherever he goes. Sonikaku. For now at least, everything's settled. Wait, who the heck are you? I'm Abe no Seini. Since this island has so few people, I decided to operate in this form. I can accomplish much more this way. Yeah, you have hands. I was super surprised when that paper turned into a lady. Joseini. Keiji. Nani. Nanja. They probably say Nanja, right? Yeah. We still got some time before you go back, right? We or you? Yeah, seems like it. Then, until then, should we talk a little more longer? I'll go catch some sea urchins and we can eat together. Mochiron. I'll go catch some stink bugs. Let's snack on them between bites of sea urchins. Hi. Arigato, Gero, for stopping me together with KG. I want to become stronger like you all, Gero. Not just physically, but in my heart too, Kokoromo. Gero's prognosis will be monitored by me, so please don't worry. I must admit, I remain quite interested in KG and KG and others. But first, arranging their path home takes priority. A slight shame, really. That's probably why he's here, or she's here, to gather information in the most efficient way possible. Before they go back, she'll probably have everything she would need. She would probably got everything she would want you to. Yeah. At first I thought KG was a little scary, but he's actually a very kind rooster. I understand why Pyoko-chan would grow to like him so much. Yeah. Heading out? Take care now. Maturigama. Resting is important too. Take it easy. Also, yeah, the mount got unsummoned. So it's not this KG. It's a different KG. That's only for the event, huh? Only for that dungeon. Yabi, you dropped something. Hmm? Oh, it's a claw of that yokai I beat. Yo, why are you carrying something like that? Seems like it's pretty valuable in this world. It comes in handy, so I picked it up. But once we're back in our world, it's just trash. Go me Dakara. Aribias, you want this? I want it! Let's see this! Oh, alright then. Let's make a trade. Stink bugs, sea urchins. Bring me something tasty and I'll give it to you. Stink bugs, huh? Okay. We've run insect hunting before. Kyosuke, we're getting more food. Kero, arigato, Aribias. This feels like playing shop. It looks fun. Aribias, I wanna do it too. Sure. Demo. I don't have anything to put in the shop. What's wrong, Pyoko-chan? So you want to play shop with Tony-san? I know. I only have Aburage. Anything's fine though. It won't do. If we are doing this, we should give Oni-san something useful. So yeah, he's already trading us something. And now you two are also doing something else. Ja, how about I put something up? Honto? Oh, san, is that okay? Mochiron, Aribias worked hard again this time, so I was thinking of giving a little allowance. Yeah, but you have to work hard for it. So here, I'll leave this with Pyoko and Izuna. Trade it for something they like, then hand it over to Aribias, okay? Yatta! Ano, then please bring me this. This grass is really tasty. What grass is this? Maybe crabgrass? If you bring this, I'll give Aribias the nice thing entrusted to us. Onegaishimasu, Oni-san. Is Gambarimasu, Oni-san. You get them? And I'll give you a reward. Yeah. Yep. 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 The best thing about this, Luna leaves. Shigaraki. Perfect. Bum, 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 bum. Also one maps. And if I want shell, do I want this? Demon Legion. Probably not, right? I want the Legion armor. Yeah, armor. Right? Oh no, Yokai War Fan. That's a hard one. Yeah, and all of these have the same thing here. Yep. Green and blue are the same. The red is also the same, right? Red is also the same. Yeah, the stones. And then this is different. Revival potion. Proud Rooster. Oh, soul eggs. I want soul eggs. Soul eggs. Oh, all of them are soul eggs. Oh, so only the first two are different, huh? So Mega Potion, Artisans, Hero Kane. Hero Kane and plus 50. Plus 50, full energy. Shenlong. Shenlong. Full energy, plus 50, 100 coins. Oh, so. Okay, so all the silvers are the same except the first two. So, Godly plus 50 fortunes. Ornamented smelting. Weapon Magarama Great Powders. Revival Extraction Ticket. Useless. Smelting. Okay. Button and slotty. Bandage. Good. Good. It's a surprise what you'll get. Can you get something good? No. Alright. Yep. So 25. See, 24 resets and one of this. 25 times 4 of these. All of these are 24 resets. That means these are 25. 25 times 4, 100. 100 lineups times 10, because one roll is a 10. 1,000. I need 1,000 to completely roll all of these. But since I'm probably not gonna roll for completely everything, I would probably need less than 1,000. But not a significant amount less. Probably 800. That's my guess. My guess is I would need 800. Unless I'm particularly unlucky, then I end up going to 950 or something.
Oh, 待ってたぜ。ウニ
Oh,
をよ。
I've been waiting for sea urchins.
おう、生きのいいカメムシ集まったか。
Hey, you get rid of some lively sting bugs? Oh, he changes his lines.
おう、待ってたぜ。ウニをよ。
Oniyoyo? Umiyoyo?
お代はもらうぜ。
I'll be taking payment. Odai wa morauzo. Yep. Ah. Aww. Looks like he's eating my mohawk.
これか。
Korega. Ooh, I like her earrings. I actually like these earrings, huh? I like this very much.
これか。
Okay, go. Tamago. If 100, level 100. Okay.
これか。
Experience plus 30, money drop plus 30, Vanguard gauge 100. Yes. Affinity 40. Experience 30, money drop for 30, and Vanguard gauge 100. Vanguard gauge 100. It will make it extremely easy to or not extremely, but a lot more easy to use. Yaksha Miroku charges very slow. And Orihime. Combine that with Semi. This Magatama goes with Semi. And whatever this is.
これか。
I want to see what this is. And what else? Oleg. Oh, 50 times 300 free. Oh. 50 times 30. 1,500? Oh, that's quite expensive. These? 2,000. Ah, wow, one each. You know, this was probably the event that I could have gotten 15 if I completed the last event. Gems? Yes, horseshoes. Glowing on debris. Yokai Warfare. And of course, horseshoes. Yeah, marbles and seedlings. Bandana. potent venom. High grade toad oil. Embryo. I need embryo. For Cursec, I believe. Cursec or no, not the Cursec one, the fly one, right? Cursec is the fly one, right? Or was that the tree one? The poison. One of them. Glowing organ.
どう生きのいいカメムシ集まったか
So we don't have Pyoko's voice. Only KG. Alright. I didn't know sea urchins could be this tasty, kiddo. The pairing with sting bugs grows on you too. Huh? You're not eating the sting bugs, Karosuke? I'm actually not great with them. But since you went through the trouble of catching them, I'll try one, Garo. Oh my, Garo! I didn't pick the good ones. My effort quality never misses. Even after you go back to your world, I think I'll be okay if I eat sea urchins and sting bugs, Garo. Dokka. I'll do my best and try making more friends, Garo. Maybe I was the one who cared too much about the reasons or roles behind friendship, Garo. Tomodachi ka? Ah! Gomenasai. My name is Izuna. Izuna Tomoshimasu. When I first came to the capital, I didn't have any friends either. Oni-san helped me make friends. So I understand how you feel. If you'd like, I'd love for you to be friends with me too. I guess I could be a friend too. Izuna-chan, Yoko-chan. Arigato, Gero. You're actually pretty kind when it comes down to it. Huh? Save the sweet talk for your dreams. It's a little too sad you're leaving. You're too soft for your own good. But thanks to you soft-hearted types, Yoko and I can get back to our world. I'll give you my thanks for that. I've got something I need to do. I have to return to my world no matter what. Can I ask what that is? To avenge my sister. That's why I'm hunting Kiju. I'm sorry. Don't apologize. I just answered your question. I know you can do it. I've never seen such a strong rooster before. Obviously. Well, you weren't half bad yourself. Good enough that I could trust you with watching my back. I'm stuck from all those sea urchins and sting bugs. If it's just to work it off a little, I'll tag along. Only until it's time to go back. Yeah. Arigato, Gero, for stabbing me together with Keiji. I want to become stronger like you all, Gero. Not just physically, but in my heart too. Yep. Yep.
どう生きのいいカメムシ集まったかお題はもらうぜおう待ってたぜウニをよ
Alright. Safe travel. Pokigenyo. Hey.
てめえをぶっ倒す
Alright, let's see.
俺をぶっ飛ばす
Yeah, I'm definitely much stronger than that.
うまい
That masu.
くらいキレキレかけがっかうららキレキレキレキレかけがっかキレキレかけがっかキレキレかけがっか覚悟しろしよう
Okay, kaka.
勝負だぜしようかけがっか
Talk about an over the top human. I thought roosters were supposed to be able to jump real high. What happened?
ヒギクズドリ爆食
Discount.
ヒギクズドリ爆食うまい
Umai. Movement speed up. Awesome. One more. Ooh.
消し飛びなさい
Ding. So, what now? Oh, daily Matori Kahamai. Alright.
おう生きのいいカメムシ集まったら
Not you. Oh. I should remember that Oh is the one that warps us to dungeons. Yeah, this was a conversation I just had earlier this morning that Oh is like a reckless driver with none other road rage. She will drive a plane like and nosedive it and almost touch the ground, but then stop it with her wings or something. Probably her wings, yeah.
敗せよ終幕です
That's why Kaguya likes it. Ooh, nice experience. Really compelling. Boing. All right. For the week, can I get? I can get appraisal. 6 more appraisals right now. Right now,
こんにちは
because the day is gonna switch over
こ
in an hour.
れを鑑定すればいいんですね
It's a good thing I can select multiple of these. I like this. I like this very much. I have enough for multiple years.
どうですか？
7, 14, probably 2 years.
どうしました？
I'm thinking I have enough for 2 years. If I
何で
even
も
if
お預かりしますよ。
let's say if I consistently use them, right? I don't consistently use them. Like I was just off for 2 months. Artisans. Where am I storing artisans? Not here. Full. Here. Senryu Odachi. 3 lots. 20%, huh? I thought this was stronger. Huh? Oh. Hero Kane. Hold on. So normal hero Kane. There. Yeah, this was the presents, wasn't it? Artisans presenting there. Anything else that's yeah. Offering. Alright. Where's Taylor gonna go? No way. Taylor stays with me. All the ornament stuff goes. Drop boost 300. Nope, I'm keeping all the drop boosts. Dura 300? Yes. Exchange. Ogi extraction. Both of them. Yep. Store, 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 store. Yeah. 50 tickets, Darkstone. 50 keys. Oh, these were random drops, huh? Do you want Onigiri? Alright, now let me actually
どうし
read
ました？
the item descriptions.
何かあったら声をかけてください。
Wait, am I in the first channel? Third. Nope, not first. There's them. 10 repair. I don't really want a repair fairy. I got more casuals. More. More. Those. Being done with that. Try a small thing. I will. Eventually. So snake. So snake.
何か用か？何か用か？
Good thing I was using a repair fairy.
何か用か？
Oh, so next I want to see the items, the dropped items, and the skill. Alright. Oh yeah, I also use this guy. This is two. Yes. Yattaze. Yes. Okay. Yeah, I was farming for these and then I stopped. I see that I have a tendency of halfway farming something or a third of the way and then stopping. I just get burned out. It's just too much. Alright, fresh crabgrass. Crabgrass is a grass normally found along roadsides. Piyoko once said she prefers plants like this over earthworms. Maybe worms and stink bugs are more of an acquired taste. Alright. Onigashima stink bug. This is a stink bug that lives on Onigashima. This is my first time smelling a stink bug. Apparently, KG likes these too. Let's put it in a bag and tie it lightly. Shizuka. So probably should not have been that happy. Korewa. Stink bug that lives on Onigashima. This is my first time smelling a stink bug. Apparently, Crazy likes these too. Do you like these? What? Let's put it in a bag and tie it lightly. Onigashima sea urchin. Sea urchin caught near Onigashima. The spines are large and sturdy, making it hard to eat, but it's said to be packed with rich, sweet flavor. Sea urchin is Keiji's favorite food. Since pure cacao is one of the ingredients, exactly how sweet this chocolate is a mystery. Yeah, this is from the last one. I should probably exchange all of this out, right? I don't see any reason keeping this now on me at all. Also, I have 73 innate elixirs. Can I use them? Should be able to, right? Yes. Not enough awakening. We need level 5. Awakening 100. Awakening 3. 2. Use this. Yes. Alright. Awakening 4. Awakening 3. 5. Really? Huh. Gauge refill, huh? Friendship level fills the coach by 1. Huh. Are you sure that's how that works? Or is that awakening level? No, you said 2 though. Oh, I have not set her skills up at all. Wow. Why the star? Oh, damage reduction. So that's been unlocked. So that's how it looks like. Yeah. Oh, increase Vanguard gauge. Alright. Yeah, that's what I expected actually. And there's no increase here. Just decrease. Yeah, I don't get what the friendship of means. Yeah. Oh, start gauge by friendship level. Okay. So whenever you enter a dungeon, you have this much gauge up. Why this much? So at a level 100, a full charge. Alright. Nakata. I think that's about it, huh? Is there anything else I want to do?
ショッピングプラザへようこそ。
I mean, this is very tempting. This really is very tempting. Let's see the other stuff. Transcendent is also good. And these are quite useless. Well, 500 is good. Transcendent is good. Rooster limited might end up being good. See, I'll be exchanging 5 weeks birth. Hmm. And this is a limited poster, so also yeah, that looks like it's coming out from his beak, huh? I don't think that's how it works. Yeah, hmm. Alright. Yeah, I should also check out Yaksha Virgo. Oh, I wanted to say that reset hammer. Is that under? Nope, no discounts. I wanna get a discount on that. Hopefully.
こちらショッピングプラザ名物の開運にゃんころぽんになります。
Hmm. I mean, this 0.3%. It has a 15 times increase from the normal platinum, but it's still 0.3%.
また一緒に遊んでくださいますか？
Yeah. 18. Huh? Hmm. 8.1. I'm using 200 out of 811. Yeah.
また一緒に遊んでくださいますか？
That was terrible. Okay.
さすがです。
Red loincloth. Wait, I can't directly jump to red. They had these buttons, right? Oh, it's there now. Alright. Okay.
ゆっくりしていってくださいね。またのご来店お待ちしています。
Now I wanna get the tickets. Also, if I switch to Onigashima at channel 3, do I stay in channel 3? Or do I automatically switch to 1? If I crash, I will assume that I switch to 1. With this long loading time, yes, I'm thinking it's channel 1. Every time I switch a zone, it's always channel 1. Yep, 1. Yes. Well, about the pack though, it's just the one guarantee it is very attractive. Also, hello there. I haven't streamed for a long time. Oh, no, I want to exchange for the tickets. Hmm, 22. Well, I wonder if it's possible to get 120 of these. Maybe that could be a way to directly get more. Okay, so not the limited one. Normal. Oh, one ticket takes 10. That's expensive. And you? Nope, not the SP. Alright, I got XP 2 from all this. That's it. 2 XP 3s. I can't even exchange it further. Oh no, wait. There's a 1-to-1 exchange. Alright. 2 XP 4s. That's a lot better than 10 XP 2s. Now to feed them all to our assist. I have 2 of them at max. I will. 92. Yay. Yay. I'm probably never gonna slot her or stat her. Yeah. I do wish I could get more scrolls of harvest, but they are so hard to farm. This thing is interesting though. He's the fastest mount so far now. Speed 90. With a movement speed buff, might I add. Totem. Huh? Totem. Koke Koko weak. Puffs out chest and unleashes a mighty Koke Koko roar at the enemy. The cry triggers a resonance phenomenon that destroys the opponent. More like it gives you a headache. And medium. Oh, 30% chance to fresh sea urchin. Alright, so it gives you a buff. 50%. So 0, 10, 20, 30, and 50. Highest is 50. But you need a winning 4 for that. Huh. Okay. Spinning Koke Koko. Weak. Triggering Renaissance phenomenon with Koke Koko. Follows up with a drill-like spinning body slam in a 2-stage attack. 2-stage charge. Oh, so that's why he was charging again. If he only hit once. Alright. So you can combo it. Can be quickly reactivated at specific timing by using the same skill again. So you can combo the charge. Hell, this thing might be faster than Makami dashes. So also fresh sea urchin, so you can get buffs on this attack too. 0%, then 10, 30, and 50. Oh, it's also hella strong. 2650. Okay. Totem go weak. So leap into the air and dive in an iron pillar into the ground and then detonate it with Koke Koko to attack surrounding enemies. You can blast an iron like a grenade. An iron pillar. Alright. And it's a rock and fire element. His previous attacks are rock. Okay. Pure rock, rock and blunt, and rock and fire. Alright. I know it's called mountain. I'm never calling it mountain. If I can help. Decrease the mountain element of the target by 5. And do not stack. So only one of these can be active at once. Okay. And no other elemental could be applied, I'm guessing. So, this skill also has a buff chance. 5 and a 0% chance, 10 and 10%, 15 and 30%, 20%, 20 degrees and 50% buff chance. Alright. 9-headed gizzard explosion of gluttony. 0. That's some name. I think this makes more impact if you see it as written as a kanji. Eating sea urchin to power up sometimes gets bad one. It will weaker effect. Fresh sea urchin stacks change effects. Show on other skills. Shown on other skills. Yep. Gain randomly from some skills. And reset on this one. So the buffs reset. Yeah, it's like Vanguard switch. Where you lose all the buffs you gain during the switch. So 0 to 4 stacks. Random effect 1 or 2. And stacks will not be consumed. Oh, so you can just keep casting it. Alright. But 5 plus stacks. Random effect 1, 2, 3. If effect 3 is triggers all stacks reset. So effect 1, tasty sea urchin. Okay. Attack 30, critical 30, movement speed 40. Duration 60 seconds. Damn, that's good. Effect 2, bad sea urchin. Bad, huh? And in the buff it says discount shop. Earth element 10, movement 10. Effect 30. Well, it's not terrible. It's not a minus. It's not a debuff. It's still a buff. Even though it seems like he's throwing up. Effect 3. Restore mount stamina. Fresh sea urchin stacks times 100. Huh? What? I don't get it. I get the mount stamina. Oh, okay. So you would restore the stamina times the stacks and 100. So if you have 7 stacks, 700 stamina restore. Damn. Alright. So any of the normal skills can give you, if they're not weak, they can give you the stacks. Alright. And these can also give you stacks. Ooh, up to 100. Super Koke Koko Sweep. Weak. Unleash a stronger Koke Koko shockwave in a sweeping blast, striking a wide area. Yeah, that's a sweep. Beam sweep. 10%, 30%, 60%, 100%. Weak, medium, strong, master. Do these also have masters? Yeah, weak, medium, strong, master. Normal skill, strongest skill is 2, 6. The grenade is the strongest thing. 3300. Alright. Yeah, so probably I would just end up using the beam and the fast. But the dash is useful. Dash is very useful. Alright. And Super Koke Koko Pierce. Focus a stronger Koke Koko shockwave into a single point, piercing distant enemies. So this is the beam. This is the sweep. The beam is stronger. Too many as 8,000 and 9,200. Yep. 10%, 30%, 60%, 100%. And what's next? Super Spinning Koke Koko. A refined spinning Koke Koko that pierces enemies with a powerful shockwave and an intense drill spin. Oh, this is a charge. The Ogi charge. Ogi version of the charge. 10%, 30%, 6%, 100%, yeah. And can also be reactivated at specific time. Oh, Reawakening 5. And it requires awakening 2 to even get the first one. And the others require awakening 4. No. Well, the beam requires awakening 4. The sweep requires 5. Alright. Does not inspire confidence. And it's also the same 10, 30, 60, 100. Ooh, so Super Totem Code. Super Detonate. A perfected totem code that violently detonates iron pillars, wiping surrounding enemies. Wow. So this is the jump attack, huh? Jump beam. Decrease mountain element by 25. So I'm guessing you can only either use the normal skill stack or this one. They do not stack, but I do hope that the stronger one and the newer one replaces the older one, so the time does reset. 25 and 10%, 30 and 30%, 35 and 60%, 40 and 100%. And it's only awakening 3. Okay, so this is the most feasible to get, but 3 still though. Okay, I can't do anything with it right now. These are all the skills that are available. I want to see what it says though. A fighting rooster from another world. A cool, hard-boiled, wandering bird. Countless hands have fallen for him. Sure. Beyond his extraordinary physical abilities, his defining trait is a shout that triggers a phenomenon called resonance. With a single cry, he has repeatedly slain enemies far larger than himself. The beings known as demons in Keiji's world differ from the demons of the original Onigiri. Yeah, right. Beings known as demons in Keiji's world differ from the demons of the Onigiri world. They are believed to be mutated humans. Well, I was right, though their true nature remains unknown. After his younger sister Sarah, that's her English name, was devoured by a demon, Keiji began traveling across Japan to hunt him down in revenge. And even across timelines, his strength remains unmatched. He now crushes berserk yokai influenced by the Kamikui, earning a reputation as the strongest rooster alive. He eats worms and stink bugs, but his favorite food is sea urchin. He thinks the sea urchin near Onigashima is an especially rich flavor, with the aroma of 100 snails. Neat. Yeah. Alright. Now what? Now what do I do? This was my setup. Sublime. I don't have anything I can exchange again, right? I have one gacha ticket, but I don't really want to roll it. Unless I have 10 of them. Ooh, speed. Yeah. Wait, Seima does not give me speed, right? It's just Magami. Yeah, Seima does not give me speed. Oh, okay. Compensation ticket alert. Do you have anything for me? Just limited exchange ticket can be exchanged for limited gacha ticket. Alright. I don't have anything yet. I've used them all. Okay. Is there any other event active at this moment? Did the Valentine's event close? Yes, it did. And there's no purgatory on right now. Hmm. I guess I could run one of the crack gargoyles that the achievement wants me to do. Yeah, talent crack gargoyle. And wardings. That will get me. Yeah, I'll do the cheapest one. Lowest energy one. Just
ホ
because
ー
it
マが
stops
払いを
bothering
して
me.
くださるのですね。かしこまりました。ご主人様。
Yeah.
お気をつけていってらっしゃいませ。
I'm not getting the stat allocation anytime soon. Not until I reach 132. Because I'm not using a status point reset. Can I use this, guy?
怪我するぜ。覚悟しろ。しよう。かけか。
Yes, I can. Damn. Alright. Alright. I like this. Such a manly voice.
勝負だぜ。しよう。かけか。
Yep.
俺を呼んだか。キナ、クソ野郎。
Wow, it missed. Monster card. Oh, this thing also drops mana skill. Alright. Okay, so I got that done. Hero Kanichi Kajal said, I'm never opening these. I'm never opening these, just period. They're staying as boxes forever. They'll be just like this until the day Oni closes. Probably. Assuming I don't run out of cudgels. Which I don't think I will. Oh, lucky. Double lucky. This is a new thing. Quite useless, huh? Only thing useful is there is full energy score and maybe 10 free OC. Yeah, I'm never opening this Mithril and Hero Punches on a set. But I do want the whetstone. Wait, actually I need the whetstones, hold on. Yeah, hold on. I cannot equip my defense mag right now, right? Magatam of the Death? I need 5, 4. 4? 4 more chakra. And yeah, this root of golden alchemy is not helping. Yeah. Time to take out the root of golden alchemy. Yo, Caro. Was it? Aww. I can't really help you there. Maybe you can watch the VOD after. Maybe it's a Twitch thing because I'm also watching streams on the side and they're also like, um, what's the word? Buffering? Yeah, they're also stuck on buffering. I also have Twitch open on the side, so I know what you mean. Maybe it's a Twitch thing. It's been going on for the whole day, in fact. The entire day, I could only watch VODs normally. No streams at all. Nope, not it. No, 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 no. Not dissolution. Removal. Yeah. Huh? Do I remove this one or do I remove the one I have equipped? I will remove the one I have equipped, right? Which one? This one. Other firebugs. Other firebug. This is the only firebug I have remaining. That's the only firebug I have remaining. Huh. Yep. It is. Four more will not help me, will it? Oh, yes it will. Yes it will. Never mind. 43 and 45. Yeah, I'm thinking I really don't want this. Plus 3 experience is not helpful. Plus 3%. Oh. I do unequip it. Unfavored. Also favored the send you. Actually, I don't want to accidentally use it up or destroy it. I'm using this. Yikes! 30% return rate, huh? Huh. Well, they are not too powerful. Anyway. Yeah, well, that's what I expected. That's fine. That's fine. Everything's fine. So now I can actually use this. Yattaze! Hooray! I can actually use my Magatham of the Depths now. Yay! Yes, I know it's not any good of a mag, but something. Oh, time to restock. Just saw that I'm low on nigiris.
千客万来だ。
And for some reason I have 3 tuna nigiri. Why? Yeah, that's about it.
何でも買い取るぜ。
I'm pretty much done here now. I don't really have anything left I want to do for the day. I think I'll just keep them stacking up.
じゃあまた後でな。
The mild cacao though. I think I can sell them all. Because the Valentine's event is gone, so all of these should be also gone. Mhm. Right, don't be on channel 1. Oh yeah, I want to see the skill, the new skill they have. I forgot to check the skill out. So, is it? Really? Really now? What type of skill is it? What does it do? Is it a beam, as I expected? Or is it a slam? Where is it, by the way? Oh, there it is. What element is it? Mountain. KG comes to assist with Koke Koko, but you may get caught in it and blown away as well. If you dodge at the right moment, you might avoid it. Ah. Okay. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah. I see. Alright. But mountain, huh? Pure mountain. Pure mountain, huh? I don't have anything mountains, so maybe I'll put it on my moon bow once I finish my revolution. Still have to work on my revolution though. Oh, okay. That's a lot of artisans and puzzles. 1 second.
任せてください。何でもお預かりしますよ。
Store. Not here. Here. Puzzles as well. Mithril as well. Where are my titaniums? Not here. Here. Okay. Here. Anything useless I have in my bag? Yes. I'm keeping the smelting stuff on me. Oh, I have so many tailors that I don't need. XP, huh? 260. Go away. 30, 60, go away. Okay. Alright, nothing duplicated. Any other crap I have? Yes. I have enough all thread to just fill up the entire bag. Damn it.
任せてください。何かあったら声をかけてください。
Now, my equipment. I don't know why I'm equipping this shrine. It's quite useless. Except for the res. Revolution. Yeah, that's what I was working on. So once I'm done with this, I could replace the punishment cross with a new skill. Okay. Alright. I've just been lazy working on the revolutions. I want to get a good enhancement on it, but I've just been lazy. Now what I do? All these and 190. And this is not getting done. So I guess I'll have to get used to seeing this annoying icon on my screen. I don't know what else to do. I think I've done everything I wanted to do. I don't think there's any of the other 25 OC items. Yeah, I've bought them all. Oh wait, what? There's a third storage expansion? This is free OC, right? Huh? Huh. What? I thought I got all of them? Oh, I expanded the second storage. The first and second, not the third one. Alright. Alright, there she is. Beautiful. I can't even see it, huh? Once I purchased it, I can't even see it from here. The volume 2 poster is so cheap, but then there's the volume 1 that's like a 500 OC. Like, what? It's not even that amazing. It's just a normal poster. Advertisement, if you will. I'm very tempted by this, by the way. The 500 pack. Does I already have 1 kg? Maybe I'll just like wait out until until when though, right? Yeah, maybe until I've rolled for a lot of those neons. from that I get the treasure neons, the tickets from the treasure neons, and the weekly 100 OC. Maybe if I don't end up getting it from them, then I might consider it. See how many scrolls I am remaining. I do see that it's absolutely necessary for this chicken to have at least 2 scrolls. Otherwise, he's quite useless.
毎度ありがとうございます。
Yeah, 1 scroll rooster is kinda useless. Yeah, all you can get is medium skill. And not even the medium ogis, just a skill. And a dash. Medium ogi dash. Oh, you can get the totem code though. Super close blast. Yeah, this thing really needs scrolls. I don't like it. I don't like the fact that he requires scrolls. But well, I can actually save up for the scrolls. Ah, that's also a consideration. I have 2 Makami. I don't think I need more than 2 for Makami. Yeah, I know, right? Endgame. Do I need more than 2 Makami scrolls? I'm not using any of them. Yeah, only if I want more divine armor, which I don't really use. I think 2 scroll Makami is good enough. I'm so surprised that these mounts have status details now. Such a new concept to me. And how the fuck is a hound dog wind type? Give this poor guy some skills already. Could at least give him a kick or something. Yeah, I don't know what I want to do anymore. I mean, obviously there's farming, but I really would prefer to farm on my off time. Farming party is on. I don't see anyone. Yep, everyone's off. It's also about to reset, so maybe I just wait until then. Do the daily kills and then go off. Starts in like 15 minutes. Maybe you can just clear the other levels until then. The medium ones.
Oh, 待ってたぜ、ウニをよ。
Yeah, I'll do that. Clear the other levels just for the clear.
Kijuka! なんだ うのかよ。
灼熱灼熱
Holy heck.
あの世で恨むがよい
You know, the worst part about this streaming thing for me is that I actually do have two systems,
かっこいいです。
but I don't have any
あの
capture
世
cards,
で恨むがよい
so I don't need this to be that high. This thing is right. There was
実は
what there, right?
伊豆なお友達いなくて
Oh, I already got
寂
it.
しかったのです。
The loading HP bar.
灼熱天の怒りに触れなさいあの世で恨むがよい百来
Is this thing 70 yet? 40, 50, 46. Damn close. I've been trying so hard to level this thing to 50.
灼熱
Maybe this is the event that actually works.
天の怒りに触れなさいあの世
お
で
兄さん
恨むがよ
かっこいいです。
い天の怒りに触れなさい
俺はさすらいのあたりより同じ場所にとどまるのは柄じゃねえ。まあしかし海が
Close. Did I get? No, I did not. That was real close.
いてもいいかな。
Did I get that one? Yes, I did.
売られた喧嘩は買うぜ。
Huh? I'm faster than this thing. My Makami buff with firebugs is faster than the Rooster. That's funny. I'm faster than a chicken.
灼熱
Oh, one hit is not enough, huh? Alright. Daily use 100 energy.
熱
Oh, 10 minutes left, huh? Alright. I'll take it. Also, I'm sorry if I'm not responding to comments right away because I don't have a second monitor right now. It got busted. So I'm having to use half the screen to play and half the screen to kind of try to see the chat.
たたははとと
お母さんにまた会いたいです。
灼熱
さすがお兄さんなのです。
Oh wait, I wanted to level this thing up.
こっちの女も悪くねえな。あ
さすがお兄さんなのです。
天の怒りに触れなさい
It is an experience playing with half the screen visible.
百来
さすがお兄さんなのです。
百来
いた。
灼熱
おお、お兄さん
るじゃねえか。
Smash. Can I smash this thing?
天の怒りに触れなさい。
Yes, I can. Yay. Sting bug. A bug. Will this work? No. It's too weak. Almost got it. Boom. Well, my yokai leveled. One more level until 50. Honestly, more than the amount, I'm very much happy that Yaksha Miroku. I have to scroll Yaksha Miroku now. And I forgot to check him out. Where is he? There he is. Yep, 2 scrolls. What does he get at 2 scrolls? Cloud Rush. Yes, please. More teleports. Tempest. Wait, what level is he? He's 100, right? Yeah. Crush. And Tempest. Okay. 7 minutes left until reset. Huh. I forgot what this does. Charge. Yes. Flash. And killing when I cannot get killing when. And you? Tragedy 1409. It's the strongest skill I have, but it's very hard to use. Yeah. And Massacre is, well, Massacre. What about you? Cloud Crush. Why do you have Cloud Crush 5? Oh yeah, because it's a new weapon. Duh. So replenish the tools. I'll get back to you. I want to do the hard, medium difficulty first. Oh, this. Yeah, the boss battle. There we go. That was easy. Okay, time to set up the skills on Yaksha Miroku, second weapon. Yay! I'm gonna use anything that's not here. So no swirly tempest and no cloud rush. No tempest and no cloud rush. So killing thorn? Is that the strongest thing I have after killing thorn 6? 4 2 2. No, it's not. This is The charge is strong. Charge is very strong. So, okay, 8. The charge back, 6, 9. Killing Thorn is. Huh. I think this is the sweep, huh? So. I sweep, jump back, and then charge. I guess that works. Yeah, why not? It's all wind, by the way. So, there's no pure wind except destructive turn and probably massacre. Yeah. So flash and rush. No flash or rush. I want. Yeah. Why not? Why not? Well, actually, no. There are times when I actually want the teleportation, and I'm on cooldown. So, which one is this? This is the normal barrage. This is a teleport. Yeah, I actually want that. And then either massacre or homing. That misses a lot. And massacre that never misses, but it's kind of weak. Very weak. But it won't ever miss. And has the highest range ever. And is a DOT. Well, you don't really want DOTs, right? You want damage, DPS. Right? Right. Yeah, same thing with that. So, flash. I teleport to you and then I jump away. Well, no. That means that I would be too close to you. I'm already close to you because I used a charge. So, and then I teleport to you again. I don't think that works. Charge to homing, jump back, and then teleport into attack. Maybe. I'll have to try it out, but maybe. Alright. That's my second weapon. Okay. Reset. Hooray. Hooray. Exactly at reset. No, I'm still getting to Onigiri, huh? So there's something in there that just keeps dropping that. And the XP tickets. Alright, so I won't worry about getting rid of them until after the event ends. Hey, where is Miroku? Where? Seriously, where are you? No, don't shoot him. Soul egg.
じゃ
Soul egg.
あまた後でな
Egg. Egg. Just egg. Alright. Time to do the dungeons. Once at least.
えへへへ、お散歩ですね。
灼熱
おお、お兄さんかっこいいです。
Fire deck.
解き放て天の怒りに触れなさい天の怒りに触れなさい
やるじゃねえか。
あの世で恨むがよい解き放て天の怒りに触れなさい
Hmm.
さすがお兄さんなのです。
灼熱
Huh.
あの世で恨むがよい
Do these guys increase in number if I'm in a party?
どうしたのです。うわ
Do the mobs increase in number?
天の怒りに触れなさい
Or no?
楽してやろう
Did I get that? Yes, I did.
ダチとつるむ
Did I get that? No, I did not.
ダチと食べる運は一味違う。
I'm not used to attacking things out of the way normally. So I have to pay attention to that fact that I'm actually attacking them and getting the thing, getting the bugs.
悪くねえな。
Bug good.
お兄さんお友達がいるのって楽しいですね。
天の怒りに触れなさい解き放て
さすがお兄さんなのです。
あの世で恨むがよい
What's my versus rate? 54. It's almost maxed. Wow. And I use speed cross so much that I actually got the next. This was before the nerf, by the way. So this thing is high HP, huh? I can see how the Thorn Slam is actually a very good skill to use against this guy. Also, wait. Tell me what he can do, Izuna. Oh, okay, this is good.
イズナのお友達。イズナのお友達です。
許さね
誰か助けてです。イズナのお友達。イズナのお友達です。
Okay.
やや
Miss. Complete miss.
頑張るです。
Okay. Miss.
イズナと遊ぶ子、この指とまれ。や
Ooh. So mountain indeed is your weakness.
よもうひと踏ん張りなのです。
Can I use holy? Can I use anything else? Can I use fire? Huh. I guess anything works.
一緒に遊びましょう。
灼熱
Oh, I just noticed the mount died. Chicken died.
カメムシをたらふく食ったところだ。
Killed as one.
腹ごなしに付き合ってやるぜ。
灼熱灼熱あの世か
ひなクソ野郎
So beam. Damn, that's
くらえくるくるくるくる
絆を一人にしないでください。
じゃあウニ
灼熱
wow. The guy lived. The chicken lived. And there we go. Finally, he took a while to die.
仕方ねえな手伝ってやるぜだから後でウニ食え
よっせいよっせいよっせいせい
くらえかけか
灼
お願いします。
やるじゃねえか
I knew it. Level up.
お兄さん、絆を一人にしないでください。
I can see your five tails being really strong here. I was almost out of all the login modes. All of them.
俺を呼んだか
灼熱
悪くねえな
灼熱楽にしてやろうぞ
やるじゃねえか
た灼熱
Alright, the week reset. Yeah, that's right.
天の怒りに触れなさい
お兄さん、かっこいいです。
楽にしてやろうぞ
やるじゃねえか
百来百来
やるじゃねえか
お兄さんは絆の一番のお
So
友達
we
です。
can only choose between either farming for
た
the KG exchange or the treasure neon.
同じ場所にとどまるのは柄じゃねえ
That
ま
sucks.
あしかしウニが食いてえなウニがあったら
Unless you want just a reward drop.
もう少しだけいてもいいかなやるじゃねえか
解き放て百来
悪くねえな。
灼熱灼熱か。
悪くねえな。
Hehehe.
百来
Charge straight into a slash.
楽にしてやろうぞ。
やるじゃねえか。
灼熱
Is he also high HP? Yes.
かかってくるのです。
Ooh, super weak to win.
お願いします。
Right, I forgot this thing rampages.
えへへ、いつなのお友達です。いつなと遊ぶ子、この指と。いつなと遊ぶ子、この指とまれ。
Miss.
やってやるです。
しろ。
や、と、や、せい。
Oh. I think just using this whirlwind is good for me. Oh, it does not get paralyzed. Oh, it did. Okay.
もう時間がないですですよ。
Wow.
俺はさすらいの当たりだ。同じ
Just want it.
場所に飛ぶのは柄じゃねえ。なあ、しかし、ウニ食いて
Hmm.
え。ウ
I thought it would do more.
ニ、もう少しだけいてもいいか。
いつなもやればできるのです。
Okay. Anything else?
消し飛びなさい。
Okay, that was good. Damn, you got slowed.
消し飛びなさい。
You can get slowed. Where'd you go? Behind me.
深き闇深きはあ。しろ。
I like this. You can actually get slowed.
この指とまれ。
But then his skill makes her move. Makes him move.
しろ。深き闇よ。深き闇でた。返せよ。終幕です。しろ。
いつなと遊ぶ子、この指とまれ。
深き闇よ。深き闇よ。
What if I use beam now? Just keep using beam. I don't see you doing anything. I think it's too weak. Yeah, just unfortunately too
じ
weak.
ゃあウニを食
消し飛びなさい。
There we go. So that's 2 of the hard mode dungeons done. $30, $40, $50. I need 50. I need a 30. I need 50. I don't need 130. I'm not gonna farm that much. I still want to get back on Nikkei right now. Wow. This thing is weak. What the fuck? Am I sure I entered the right mode? Oh, right. It was a. Ah, okay, okay, okay. It was the boss Vanguard mount thing dungeon. Right. I know it was the hell mode. My mistake. There, 300 energy done.
悪くねえな。
Yay! Now only one hell mode left to clear. Not found out. Hey, he's almost dead again. Oh, yeah, right. I forgot. You died. 2? No. And then Izuna? Wait, why do you have... They changed something? Right homing, right? I think I would change right homing here. Game. Last one. For the day. How the world turns. There's a stream I'm watching that is arguing about chickens and cock, like the male version of a hen, like this thing that I'm playing with. You can imagine whatever you want with that sentence. I'm not gonna explain further.
消し飛びなさい。敗戦。終幕です。
Whoa! Damn.
灼熱。
この指とまれ。
超絶とさかに来るぜ。と天下。勝負だぜ。食らいやがれ。俺に安らぎを
I see. So that's how I dodged that.
やるか。怪我す
Okay.
と天下。この程度朝飯前だ。
灼熱。 しの光を癒しの光をこれで100人力です。
てめえをぶっ倒す。
Aww. Easy right.
立つ鳥跡を
Again. Oh no, actually. Oh yes, again. It is again, right? Yes.
あの世で恨むがよい。桜打ち放て。天の怒りに触れなさい。
Yay! There's no bug here in this dungeon, right? I'm not missing anything here. Right? Please tell me I'm not missing anything here. So the boss dungeon is if you just want the exchange and you don't get any grab grass from it.
お腹ですか？
Hmm.
ついてないですよ。
Okay. So I would need to join a party that's just farming exclusively the first two dungeons. Later on. If I want to clear the treasure neon. Huh. Well, that's for me to worry about another day. Not today. Oh, I just 10 energy. Sure. Oh.
何か用か。何か用か。
Ooh, Rooster ticket for me. Ah, is that what I get from the daily? I actually never checked the rewards. Hold on. Crystal. So like, I'm definitely doing this daily. Ah, from the Vanguard or Mount dungeon. That's where I got this unique thing. Odd thing. That's kind of useless. I don't think it's worth it to complete all the dailies. This is definitely worth it though. The Rooster gacha and the soul egg. I want soul eggs. I'm permanently. I'm short of soul eggs in perpetuity. Yay! Legendary gacha tiki. Legendary gacha. Gacha, gacha, gacha. I'm a roll. I'm a roll. You can't stop me. I'm a roll. Right, so only this thing is left. Melting I can do. Eventually I would do. Skill points not getting up.
今日は何をお探しですか？開運。にゃん
ガチャ
こにようこそ。
Gacha. Gacha, gacha, gacha. Oh, how much do I have here? Fine, I'll use you.
なんだかごめんなさい。私のこと
Yeah.
嫌いにならないでくださいね。
Just like a note. So, nothing here. Alright, the week reset. Yes. Alright.
いいのが出てよかったですね。
Ogi skill card 5. I think I already have those, but I could use more. Yes, lightning flash or sublime. I need that, but I'm already using that on one weapon. What other? A sword, dust storm blast, dust storm blast, mountain. I need a sword weapon. That's mounting. Alright. There's also wanted bolter blade. I don't have any Godachis. I'm a power type, or rather daring type. So I can use anything with power on it. Strength, sword, Odachi, and X. Maybe I should actually make one of these days. A different weapon type. It would also help me fight Okada Izo. Right, gacha. Gacha. Which one? Which one? Honestly, I want more Makami scrolls more than anything. And Orihime. And both Makami and Orihime are on the same Nyan. Honestly, I'll be pretty happy if I get any of these. Yeah. Oh. I take it back. But fine. I think Chihiro is the one I like the most out of the three. Yeah. Yeah. Asuka and Matoi I don't really like. Where's Asuka? I know I don't like Matoi. Yeah, right. She was just there. Yeah, I know she's weak though. Yeah. She's the Boki. A Sukomi? Is that what it's called? I think it's called a Sukomi. I have 45. I can use this 4 more times. Can, right? Yeah, because I don't have enough for 350. Leo. Okay. I don't know what to say. Alright. I was thinking the 100 paid OC would be worth it, but well, the cheaper one actually made it work. Yay! Second scroll. Yay! Yes. And the first Chihiro. I'll unsummon you so you guys can rest. Okay. Let's see. Chihiro. Lohengrin. I will still change her skills. Use her strongest skill here. Whatever it may be. 2810. And 26 22 2608 2608. Yeah, teleport saber is also 2608. Downing pulse blast restores SP. All right. Asuka EX. Yes. Yes. I like this skill set. Yes. Hey, Kokeko boy. What you got there? You're still level 15. You haven't even unlocked. Oh, okay. Oh, I did not notice that you needed two awakenings to use the buff skill. Okay, so the chicken is quite useless at first scroll. At scroll 1, the chicken is useless. Alright. A super kanji attack. So beam and the charge. The blast. Blast that has a very short range. But it's strong. But it has a short range. Okay. Well. How many scraps do I have? Get it? Okay. Close. Getting close. Yeah, I got nothing else. I'm done. I'm done for the day. Yes, for the next time that I might stream, it's gonna be the next update, isn't it? Next new update, or maybe a story update that I have not recorded before. Honestly, I wanted to record the because I don't think I recorded what's his face, Jackie, Amano Jaku. I don't think I recorded Amano Jaku event. I wanted to do that, but I was just too lazy. I was just too damn lazy. I did not even get full scrolls on my alt that I wanted to. Yeah. Yeah, I got nothing. Next time I stream, I would probably be on event time. I would definitely stream on a new event, but if it's a rerun, I would probably want to stream it. But that depends if I actually want to or not. Can I exchange for anything? Yes. Yes, again. Which one do I want to equip right now? For the dungeons. Attack 10 seems like it's a good idea. Yeah, I'll go with attack 10. It will slow my movement speed though. Well, not that much. 20 and 10. So it's not that much of a decrease. I'm not showing it off though. I don't like it. I don't like the mohawk. Yeah, I know. Until 7 9 9 July? It is 9 July, right? Or 7 September. Hold on. When's the week ending? Which is which one lies on Thursday? 7 May? Okay, and continuing on. 7 July is Tuesday. Wait, sorry, not 7 July. 9 July is Thursday. It is 9 July, huh? What about 7 September? No, it's not 7 September. Wait, no. September is 10. No, August is 8, September is 9, 7 September is Monday. So no. Yeah, 9 July. It's until 9 July. How many weeks is that? I already used the week for today. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. 5 weeks. I would need to buy more OC if I want to both keep using the 100 OC and buy the 500 pack as well. I'm short 100 OC. But if I end up getting all the roosters before then obviously I would not need to buy the 500 OC pack.
またいらしてくださいね。
Well, I'll see how it turns out. Yeah, I'm done here. See you next update. Hopefully. Jana, have fun, take care, and good luck. Sayonara.